Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, I guess I started the timer a little bit late. I don't know if there's like a way you can like automatically have it like have 0 be 9 o'clock on the dot. Just go for another 10 seconds just to in case one person decided to join. Very soon indeed. Sooner than you think. Oh. Anyway, welcome back to another Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team stream. I keep wanting to say like Pokemon Legends Arceus, but no. This is a Pokemon game Arceus does not exist yet in. That we know of. But yeah, I mean, I didn't do anything in between streams as usual, since you guys seem to be interested in seeing everything happen on stream, even if it might be a little bit on the grindy side. But I did do some research. I may have seen some things that I wish I hadn't, of the spoiler category. And I want to be transparent about that. Basically, I was looking up if it was possible to get Meowth, because I know Meowth gets, like, payday or whatever, so you can, like, get money more efficiently, since we didn't pick them as our, partner at the start of the game. Turns out they only exist in one dungeon, and when I was looking up the information about that one dungeon, it revealed to me that not only is there a certain legendary there in the one dungeon that has Meowth, but in order to even get to that dungeon, we have to, like, befriend a different legendary. I'm not gonna say right now. Hopefully I'm committed at this point to doing all of the post-game stuff. At least unlock all the dungeons and take a look at everything like that. I have like one good fight with each of the legendaries. But yeah, basically it turns out like a lot of this post-game stuff is like a chain of, oh, you need to unlock this dungeon in order to get this legendary, to unlock this other dungeon to get that legendary, kind of stuff. So yeah, it's gonna be a while before we can find an actual Meowth that we could befriend. So I guess the lesson here is, if you're trying to play the game as efficiently as possible, you probably want to pick Meowth as your partner at the start. Because if you don't, you're not going to see him till, like, basically the last dungeon of the post-game. So, first order of business today, we need to find a Pokemon that can use Waterfall. Also, we need to find where Medicham is. Okay, I did already talk to Medicham, so I guess we just gotta keep going with the Lombre. Because I guess there's like I talked to a friend about this. He was wondering, where did Medicham go? Where did Medicham go? I think I already did talk to them, so it doesn't matter that they vanished. So we can just keep like talking to other Pokemon. It's like you talk to this person, talk to the other person, talk to the other person. Eventually, a dungeon opens. He wasn't drowning. He was just, diving in a, dramatic fashion. I would expect that at this point, that they would make up stories about people, considering, what Bulbasaur went through. Tell me a story, Lombre. Let's see, to Frolic a while back. Okay. Trying the dive thing. Got washed out to sea a bit. Like a little bit of a rip current. That would be a good name for a water type move, if they haven't done that yet. Have like rip current be a what, like maybe like a water type tailwind or something? Just suddenly storm clouds out of nowhere. I too hate it when clouds sneak up on me. A dungeon appeared in the sea. The mystery dungeons, they're multiplying. Dungeon in the middle of the stormy sea. Water types only, I presume? I've vamoosed it out of there. Maybe Wishcash would know something? Now what makes you say that? Go talk to Wishcash. Wishcash money. I'm gonna go check the post over here first, though. Couple mountain freezes. Deliver shockwave, deliver another shockwave. They really want shockwave over at Mount... I guess on Great Canyon. Meteran. Sinister Woods, 8th floor. We've got one for Sinister Woods already. Gonna want to try and be a bit efficient with this. I guess we'll go talk to Wishcash. I mean, that's not going to change the post listings. Far off our coast. Sea churned by torrential storms and violent waves. Where does all this exist, like, in-universe? Is this a different world than, like, the one that all the Pokemon regions usually exist on? Or is this just some obscure part of the world that we don't know about yet? Find a dungeon that leads to the bottom of the sea. The sea is infinitely dark. That's probably going to be a pretty good dungeon to visit as a grass type, to be fair. Oh, okay, so this is another dungeon that you need an HM for. Like the sky one, you need fly. The one that we've already got unlocked just for beating the game needs waterfall. This one's gonna need dive. Oh, he's just gonna straight up give that to us. Froggrass is a very rare item that was found in a place called the Solar Cave. Gained access to the Stormy Sea. You have to take the HM dive, or a team member must learn dive. So I guess we're gonna start taking like a third Pokemon that we can just stick HMs on. Was apparently found in Solar Cave. So do we have access to Solar Cave now? Yeah. Turned me into Mega Venusaur. Okay, I'm gonna stash this away just so I don't accidentally lose it. probably gonna be hard to find another one of those. So, do I need to talk to someone else, or is Solar Cave just open now? He's gonna become a Ludicolo one day. I don't know about having my personality become carefree. I know. I just don't know how I would live with that change either. So, if I just go down here, Stormy Sea, Solar Cave, we've got access to both of them. Okay, so Stormy Sea, we need Dive. Waterfall Pond, we need Waterfall. Sky Tower, we need Fly. Do we need anything to visit Solar Cave? I have no items. I have no team. I'm going to grab a single apple, quick save, and then we're going to go see what waits for us in there. Actually, do the reptilians have a revive seed for us? They have 2. Wait, what was that? Warp Scarf. Occasionally warps the Pokemon to another place in the same floor. Huh. That's an interesting idea. You know what? I think I will pick that up. I'm gonna have to go back to the cat that holds all the money. Do we have 1650? We do. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of a pain getting money now. Especially now that I figured out you can't get Meowth until like way later in the post game. Yoink. Yes, I would. I don't know if, like, spamming mystery dungeons, like, the missions is better? Because it's like, it seems like most mystery dungeon, like, money rewards are, like, what? Maybe a couple hundred at most? Like, if you go to, like, a later dungeon in the game, you can find just, like, stacks of, like, 200 Poke. So it's like, you find 2 of those, you might as well have completed a mission. Oh, right, I'm gonna grab an apple too. I wonder what to expect. Is it gonna be like a fire type dungeon, or is it gonna be more like a sun team type dungeon? Singular apple. The only item anyone ever needs ever. Alright, we quick save. And then we enter the danger. Solar Cave. Okay, we can go in. So I guess this is like the first post-game dungeon we actually get access to without an HM. Whip our Razor Leaf. Oh, I'm facing the wrong way. What? Well, stop. Out the way, giraffe ring. Yeah, picked up 278 Poke. That's like an entire mission reward in the first room. Kind of aesthetic. The seafoam green walls of the dungeon. Perhaps a jade color. I don't know how deep this is going to be, so I should probably just grab the nearest stairs each time. Just to get a feel for what's waiting for us in here. Of course, the big question is what waits for us at the bottom. Now this is a post-game dungeon, which means this could go down a ways. We found sticks. The most important item. I think that is like the highest damaging throw item. Oh. Spoink. Big spring. Sometimes I really wonder what Game Freak's creative process is with coming up with Pokemon designs. Someone at Game Freak really woke up one day and they're just like, yep, Big Spring. Oh. I see. Just casually ice types in a place called Solar Cave. $4. Okay, we need to deal with these guys. Come on, plant. You're gonna have to beat him. Okay. They want to join the team. That went better than expected. We now have a Psychic Garlic. I don't have... Trap Bust Orb. That's new. Destroys traps in the same room. Interesting. Okay. We have our hunger bar pretty full. So what if I just do the following? Oh, is that the Drowsy with all the money? Is he gonna bring it right to us? You fool. And we're full health. Still plenty of hunger left. Or I guess absence of hunger? It's kind of hard to interpret the belly stat. Okay, there's multiple items here. There is an ice type. There was an ice type. Yeah, like every stack of money we're picking up here is like equivalent to a cash reward for a mission in a mystery dungeon. Can you calm down? Oh. Maybe that was a poor choice of words. Can you stop calming down? I bet Mr. Mime's actually really good in this game, considering it seems like all the abilities that give you like a barrier or something are kind of broken. Oh. Who left that there? I like how he saw the trap and he just went right into it anyway. Okay. You're psychic type. You are the confusion. Also quite the change of scenery. It kind of reminds me of that one part of Metroid Fusion. The power goes out and you have to clear out like some stuff. There's like a bunch of like tree roots or something. Solar Cave. Graveler rocks. Okay, let Sleeping Abras lie. Still got half of the hunger. Yeah, I guess basically my big goal here, since it's the first time going through this dungeon, is just to get to the bottom of it and see what, you know, sort of scout it out. See what can be found here. What on earth? Oh, that's like a... yeah, it's the moon guy. It looks really weird from the back. Like, why is there this giant floating stone egg hovering towards me? Don't make any sense. Okay, choices. For a place called Solar Cave, we're not seeing a lot of fire types or grass types, which I would have expected. This is like some sort of like ancient Pokemon ruins or something. Where did all these roots even come from? What? Trace the target's special ability. Some move can't be used. They keep spinning at me menacingly. Yeet. Since we're just gonna pick up more over here anyway. Press yeet to delete. Anatite lost its sure shot status. Dang, we were really counting on having that sure shot status. Oh. Yeah, we switched away from Razor Leafs. Forgot about that part. Guess the stairs are, in another castle. Oh man. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. So is this like the psychic type dungeon? Basement 11, a key. There are keys in this game that we haven't seen until the post-game. Do I use these to open up like cases or something? I have a 0.01% chance of getting like an HM or something. The rest of the time it's just like an apple. There's like a 0.0001% chance you get the shiny apple. I do not like Wobbuffet. In this game, they're broken and they are crazy, and I live in fear of Wobbuffet my entire life, basically. And it's apple time. We haven't seen a single one so far. So, we're on borrowed time now. Really need to emphasize finding the stairs. Weather band. What do you do? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Prevents Pokemon from feeling the effects of the weather. Absolutely broken in real life. Not as useful. Wait! Oh wait, no. I was thinking, if you were doing like an escort mission like the one that we failed, maybe you could give that to the Pokemon you're escorting so that they don't feel the effects of hail. We're getting like new items left and right. I forgot you couldn't actually give stuff to Pokemon you're escorting. At least I don't think you can. Pulls all items on the floor to the user. If there is a shop, the user will be considered a shoplifter. That would explain why we haven't been able to purchase those. Can you just imagine you go to the Kecleon shop, you buy the Troll Orb, you use it immediately, and you just steal all their stuff? The lizard's just like, I can't believe you've done this. Yoink. Another 118. Almost at 2,000 Poke, making this easily the most lucrative dungeon so far. I guess that's post-game for you. Yeah, we don't have any more food items, so we just need to catch stairs wherever we can. Well, there's 2 paths through here. Okay, yeah, that was smart. Well, it was lucky, but I'm gonna call it smart. He's so distressed by the Curlia, he had to calm his mind. I know, she scares me too, Flying Garlic. Oh. Not as much as that, though. You become the healing item. And now... Divine Whip. Missed. Please don't kill me. Okay. Okay, we're good. That was way too close. Yeah, we're gonna need to find the, dig. That's big. I think. I didn't even notice that we got Fire Blast. Where did that come from? User status becomes digging. He attacks on the next turn. Not possible to link this move. Yeah, that'd be pretty broken. Just like Link, dig, and Solar Beam. Charging sunlight underground. Fire a laser out of the earth. I never see it coming. Yeah, after seeing how much damage they can do, they kind of scare me a little bit. For a solar cave, there isn't a lot of sunlight down here. The sight of the sleeping Alakazam was just too much for him. Darn it, you just had to go wake him up, didn't you? Take me instead, Alakazam. Or Abracadabra. Or whatever magic word your name is. Should I be going this way? Which way are they gonna go? Okay, they're going that way. Oh. Okay. Get Leech Seed on him. Destroyed. They were the Stair Guardian. They're awake, aren't they? Yes. $100 damage. 150 damage. Oh man. I want that. but he's totally gonna be... Okay, let's just hit him remotely from over here. Perfect. We're running out of food fast. I didn't know this was going to be a 17th floor dungeon. I should have expected that. But it's like... I could have got like a checkpoint or something. I guess you can't expect that with post-game dungeons. Come on, apple or gummy, come on. Oh, it's an orb. I really wish the floating garlic would stop doing that. Trap bust orb. If it was like an escape orb, I probably would have just straight up used it. Quite a bit of money there. Yeah, I should have brought more food. That was a mistake. I mean, if we leave the dungeon with literally anything, this has been worth it. I just hope we reach the bottom soon. Or else this is going to be a lot of progress that we don't get to keep. Okay, so note to self, if we go into post-game dungeons, bring 2 apples. Another orb. It's an escape orb. Let's go. We'll just keep going until we can't any longer, and then we'll use the escape orb, and then we'll keep everything. That's literally the one of the luckiest things we could possibly have just found. Really? That's a dead end, 100%. Yeah, we only got 16 belly left. I'm gonna go this way. I just got a feeling. What? The move leech seed was sealed. Okay. It just makes it so you can't use an item, or a move. For a while, for the floor. Oh, that looks valuable. How do I get that? Can he grab that? Team? Tactics? Okay, stay there. He can float. I have an idea. Right there. We'll go to the other side. He'll walk right through it. Does he have an item? No. So I should just pick it up. Okay, let's go together. Switch. And surf. Oh my gosh. Getting dizzy from hunger. That's an HM too, isn't it? does not break. Yep, it's an HM. And this is back when HMs were like the ones that you can just use infinitely and it never breaks. So we've got Surf. Now we just need to find a Pokemon that can use it, and we can actually go to that one water dungeon we couldn't access last stream. Can we maybe find out what's on the other side before we run out of hunger? 8. Medicham. Yeah, if I see any sort of opposition, we're just gonna go ahead and teleport out. 6. 6. 5. Yeah, go that way. 4. Let's not be stupid. Let's get out. There's no way we're gonna be able to go over there and grab anything else before we run out of food. Escape. Just Hearthstone out. Well, that was immensely successful. We get to keep everything. I have no clue what the key is for. I mean, obviously unlocking something. Well, that's literally the best possible outcome. Have it all safely stored away. Also got about 3,000 Poke. What? I activated the Bellsprout's trap card. Over where? Extended story. It's been a while since we've seen Spinda. Needs help? I could have just said it's my house. Typhlosion does all the talking for us. Yeah, it's insane. Like, every Spinda has different patterns on it. I think the reason why we don't see them in more recent games is because, like, the pattern that they have is dependent on trainer ID, like the way it used to work. So, or something like that. And they like change the way that the system works. So, I don't know how they even generate the Spinda patterns now. They like to travel. Heard rumors of a Mirage Pokemon. I don't even know what they're referring to. Mirage Pokemon. You'd think looking like that, everything would be a mirage to them. They became dizzy from fatigue and from existing as Spinda. Can you just imagine, like, you live your entire life, like, have you ever done that thing where you, like, spin on an office chair? And you get, like, really dizzy and everything's spinning afterwards? If you're just, like, permanently like that? That's probably what Spinda's life is like. That's actually pretty reasonable, I would say. Received something from Spinda. Clearwing? Another new item. Related to the Mirage Pokemon somehow. Are they gonna find their way out? He'll find his way out eventually. I guess Spinda's like, by default, chaotic good. Oh, we're going back to the Psychic Sun-Staring Bird again. Going on another trip to the Grand Canyon. Things are really picking up now. I guess Typhlosion's just gonna hold on to that. Alright, Reptilians, you got any extra lives for me? Nope. Escape orbs? Nope. We got $3,000. Yeah, we basically doubled our money by visiting there, practically. So, I guess that's probably the best idea. If we're gonna do the whole go in with a single apple, or I guess now like 2 apples or an escape orb or something. Actually, that's probably the best. Apple, escape orb. If we're gonna do that strategy for farming items, we should probably stick to post-game dungeons, because they actually have good rewards. Even if they are deeper. Think the rescue ranks can go higher than that? Given up trying to turn back into Snubble. Oh no. Bold of us to assume that Pokemon that evolve are always happy with the result. He'll become a Ludicolo. Oh, they already said that. Gee, I wonder what level is above Gold Ring. He's got 2 spoons. I mean, why would it... Does that even make sense that it wants to become like Lucario? I guess in like the rescue team kind of sense. But I'm like, you're a psychic type. You're super effective against Lucario. He's a fighting type. Isn't that kind of like Venusaur trying to become like Charizard? Or like Venusaur trying to become like Blastoise? I got a little bit mixed around there. Maybe I'm the Spinda all along. Also, we should probably start buying these once we actually get money. I forgot how expensive they are. We could buy like 1. I'm gonna hold off for now. Does the Makahita Dojo get any more challenges for us? Nope, just Team Hydro. Great. I'm not gonna do that until we're good and over-leveled for it. Because Blastoise cheats. Cheaty Blastoise. Okay, so I guess we assemble the team together and go after the Sun-Staring Bird again. We are not going without Typhlosion. It may want a gummy. Good to see you too, Volcano Badger. Yoink. Oh, we can take items from these guys. Let's just take a moment to go through and yoink all the items from random Pokemon. Nothing. Okay, they're clear. Cryptic Cave? No. Oh, there's a couple places over here. Very anxious to go on an adventure. Oh? Blink. I guess those are the 3 who are here. Darkness Ridge. I guess it makes sense that this is where Absol would live. I wonder how many areas there are total that you can't just buy. Do all of these have the same music? Seems like it. So many Pokemon, so little time. Did I check these already? I did not. Do I have enough Rosalias yet? Or C-dots. No shortage of C-dots here. That's kind of a weird thought. If we get like too many Pokemon on our side, we're gonna have to start kicking some out. I don't think that'll be for a while though. Kind of surprised Zigzagoon didn't have anything. Some of these places I haven't even visited yet. Kind of funny to me. Spend all this money on all this real estate and never visit once. Sintret. I think that might be everything. I really wish I knew what this was like. Like if this area fits onto like the main like Pokemon World map somewhere. Or if this is just like a completely different world entirely. So that's quite a lot of random items that we didn't have access to. If they wanted to use them, they should have used them. Can't be holding on items, not even using them forever. Smartest volcano badger. Does that change their stock? Hunger seed. That's a really weird item. Why would you do that to yourself? Oh, because you could like throw it at another Pokemon. Like an enemy or something. That seems like a very niche strategy to me. Okay, we've got our designated Volcano Badger. We're going back to the canyon again. I guess we should grab items like this is a main story type mission. It's kind of weird that if these are actually stronger than Iron Thorns, why we have so much more of them. Okay, we need a throwing item. We want a couple apples. A couple orange berries. Couple revive seeds, which very happy to see those in the double digits. What, one elixir? And what? Escape orb? Just in case. Have a parachute out of there. I would take a warp orb if it was like an escort mission, but it's not. Yeah, that's probably good. So I guess that means we're fully equipped and ready to go. But before we do, I'll be right back in like 30 seconds. I really need like an intermission scene or something. I need to set that up soon. Just something so if like someone tunes in, like, you know, when I'm away for like a minute or so, people are gonna be like, oh, there's nothing going on. Or people like watching on like YouTube, because I upload all my recordings of streams onto YouTube. People would know when to skip past. That aside, let's get back into it. We've got a dungeon to go to. We've got a psychic bird to talk to. To the Grand Canyon. It's a great canyon. Everything there is great. Great at getting hit with razor leaves. Oh, except for them. Just like good old times, huh? Typhlosion, formerly known as Cyndaquil. They're all grown up now. They grow up so fast. Do I branch out a little bit and look for items? Can't be bothered with the Dunsparce. Elephant destruction. Razor leaves. Oh, this is kind of lucky. What'd I pick up? I didn't even see what I picked up because of Dunsparce. More like Dumbsparce. If I sit here and hold A and B, are they going to show up and deliver the money to me? No, we get a bird friend. Destroy. Oh, there's the Dunsparce. Oh, different Dunsparce. I see, they're not only dumb, but they're also sparse. Calm down, Typhlosion. There's the one with the money. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that there isn't anything else too interesting on this floor, since we've got a few to get through. Wish we could have a Breloom on our team. They're pretty neat. Okay, we've got the stairs. We're kind of doing really well. I kind of want to see if we can find a couple items while we're here. Make the dungeon a little bit, kind of sweeten the deal a little bit. Make the dungeon a little bit more worth our while. 178. I take that. There's probably not much left here. No, you don't understand. I'm on my way out. You don't actually have to attack. It's fine. Typhlosion just like, I will not be so merciful. We need anger management, Typhlosion. Anything touches me gets burned to a cinder. Can you calm down? $376. I'll take that as a no, he is not going to calm down. I didn't even equip this. I guess we use leech seeds. So if they become the... oh wait, yeah. Forgot it doesn't work on plants. How does that work on me? Stupid mushroom. Hidden power. Yeah, we're not going to be able to use this too much, so I'm going to switch over to Vine Whip. Stairs, stairs, who's got the stairs? Slapped. I forgot how big this dungeon is. It's kind of funny, of all places that the game's gonna make us go back to. Ooh, 254, nice. Does it normally drop money like this? This might not be actually a bad dungeon to run. Like item farming. Of course, there's a dead end. Remotely destroyed. Does this actually go anywhere? That's just gonna go in a circle. Actually, does it tell us in like the objectives? Meet Zatu. No floor given. I wish there was like some sort of like thing whenever you choose Mystery Dungeons that tells you how deep the dungeon actually goes. Typhlosion smelled fear, so he started shooting fire in that general direction. Then he just smelled something crispy after that. I guess that makes sense why animals in the real world wouldn't evolve the ability to manipulate fire. Even if they could. If they're not smart, they're just gonna literally just burn their entire surroundings. Powerful adaptation? Yes. Powerful at completely destroying the ecosystem that they're in. I wonder if like the Pokemon world ever had to deal with global warming. There'd be like some like bans and fire types. You have to like use like special technology to stop CO2 production from fire types. Getting hungry. If you have a fire type for a friend, you have a never-ending supply of barbecue. Maybe I've been misunderstanding Typhlosion this whole time. He just wants to grill. Send a grill. Ain't nothing over there. So we're gonna go over here. Who keeps hiding the stairs, though? Reminding me of that one episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy, where like Ed's parents, whenever they grounded him, they took the stairs. We must be grounded because they keep taking the stairs. I don't know what we gotta do to earn them back. New spider slap in action. Oh. I ran out of slapping. If you keep trying to throw hands, eventually you run out of hands. But like, where's the stairs, man? I wonder what the real intention is behind the scarf that makes you randomly teleport everywhere. Are you supposed to use that and somehow take advantage of that, knowing that you'll be teleporting away from your own team members constantly? Or are you supposed to throw that at another Pokemon so that they're cursed with spontaneous teleportation? It's kind of amazing we still haven't found the stairs here yet. It must be like down here somewhere. Like up from that middle bit? Did I just completely walk past him at some point, or? Oh. There's one path left. I don't remember how deep the rabbit hole goes here. I'm gonna try and get to that room before we run out of hunger. Schlorp. $218. Okay, there's still more. Unless we get really lucky with these stairs, we're gonna need to just... Do we have another apple? We do have another apple, right? We do have one more apple. Explosive Badger. I feel like Typhlosion's probably generally pretty underrated as far as starters go. Yeah, we're gonna need that other apple. Gotta do what you gotta do. $412? Free stairs. Cleared the dungeon. Oh. That look he gives us. Just look at him. Why don't you guess if you're a psychic? You should know already why we're here. Have you reason to see me? Oh, he doesn't know? Can you just like imagine though? It's like we give him the clear wing and he's just like, that can't be. Gerald, what did they do to you? I knew who had this wing. Oh, about their Mirage Pokemon. Not that kind of game. Little about it? Oh, he doesn't know. He's just gonna keep staring into the sun until he finds the answers. Range for the eruptions of volcanoes. Oh, they're talking about the birds. Shadows of the Mirage Pokemon? What? The 3 fields. Go to the fiery field. New dungeon just dropped. That's gotta be like 3 of this stream so far, and we're not even halfway through. I could probably take the hopefully out of the stream title. Let's go put our items away. Actually, I'm gonna just check really quickly. Yeah, fiery field. New dungeon unlocked. I'm trying to figure out what the best strategy would be to approach that. It's a post-game dungeon, which means it's probably going to go on forever. Maybe I do go in there fully equipped though. That's probably the most efficient thing to do. It's the most expensive one of these. I generally want to buy these in order of most expensive to least expensive. Mystic Lake. Yeah, it looks like 9,500 is the most expensive. Do we have that? We just have that. I think maybe it's smarter not to buy that yet. Leave ourselves some options. Oh, they got 2 more Reviver Seeds. Yeah, let's just buy the Reviver Seeds. We'll get more money. I feel like if we have more dungeons unlocked, we'll have way more, like, farming opportunities. And if we unlock that one dungeon where we can get Meowth at, then basically all of our problems are solved, money-wise. Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we can do, actually, is keep unlocking dungeons. Just to give ourselves as many options for farming as possible. That's a pretty good loadout, I think. Wait, do we have... we don't have any apples. That's a problem. Let's just take this one, and then... regular one. It's a pretty good loadout. A little bit annoying how whenever you finish a day, all your Pokemon go back. Seems a little tense. Sandshrew. Okay, I guess we're gonna go Fiery Field. As a grass type. Team must have a Pokemon with a move Surf. What? Okay, we're getting to the point where we need some water type Pokemon that can ferry us across the ocean. But what can learn Surf? I guess we need to go to like a water type dungeon of some sort. Do we have access to water types? Surprisingly kind of rare in this game. Wait, can't Zigzagoon learn Surf? Just kind of dog paddles across the ocean. We don't have a single water type. Alright, Zigzagoon, you're up. That'd be good to get Zigzagoon to the point where they can, okay, what did you say? Pensive for a moment. Wait, did I go here before? Jungle? Oh yes, I did. Okay. I think this works, normally. He is level 20, so that is actually pretty decent. Evolution possible. Info. Trying to think if I should evolve him. Okay, good. Even if we don't have the money, he lets us take a look at our options. Remember this Zigzagoon. Oh, he doesn't have access to anything. Interesting. No. Oh, Spend is still in town. Come alone to enter. Right. So I guess, we gotta make Zigzagoon the boss. Zigzagoon became leader of the rescue team. Of course, if we're Zigzagoon, we have to zigzag around everywhere. Even though most of the game's tile-based. Actually, let's go ahead. I think we can do this here. Never mind. Gotta go back into town to tell ourselves to go back to the friend area, to the friend zone, as it were. Tell the volcano badger to stand by. Tell ourselves to stand by. Then all that's left is Zigzagoon. If this works, if Zigzagoon can actually just straight up learn Surf, I think they've basically earned like a permanent spot on our team. It does not break. Just wanted to double check that it is in fact an HM, even though I know good and well it is. Surf. Use. Yes, Zigzagoon does learn Surf. That's so funny. Just like, oh, you need to get across the ocean? Well, the Zigzagoon learns how to swim. Just kind of hold on while he dog paddles across the entire ocean. Boulder Sleuth is useless. Boost evasion. Zigzagoon is now a surfer. Surf Zagoon. Store that away. IQ 1 star. Evolution possible. Tiny raccoon Pokemon, all one word. Yeah, between Pickup and Surf, Zigzagoon's actually really good in this game. I think they keep Pickup if they turn to Linoon though, so I'm gonna try and do that. This isn't even his final form. Evolve. Zigzagoon is undergoing changes. Okay, so we're gonna have Typhlosion, who's a Fire Badger, and now we're gonna have Linoon, who's like regular Badger. This idle animation, though, occasionally just gets angry and Does like a growl and stretch all in one motion every once in a while. So it's just normal type. Rushing Pokemon. Still has pickup. Still has surf. We should try and make it a little bit smarter too. Do we have gummies for normal types? Is it clear or is it white? Okay, clear is for ice types. Normal types, we got 13. Oh man, why can't I just take 10 at once? Ah, one eternity later. Just like fill our inventory. We need to make this Linoon as smart as possible so they can be a productive member of the team. Actually, can't they learn dig too? He's not an HM slave, he's an HM assistant. Oh, don't go there. Okay, get ourselves to join our own team. Get the other Badger to join the team. I probably ought to make the Venusaur in charge again. Okay, the Pokemon we're used to actually being. And then visit the Linoon that we were previously controlling. Can I just like feed them all of the gummies now? Here you are. Looks like a favorite. That's always good to have. Oh, special attack went up. Have I been being stupid this whole time by using gummies in mystery dungeons instead of waiting to use them in friend areas? Become smart, Badger. Special attack went up. Status checker. We're gonna create the most powerful, non-flammable Badger the world has ever seen. Okay, now he's got 3-star big brain Badger technology. And most importantly, he has Surf. Okay, we got the items. We got the badgers. Let's do a quick save and head on out. Fire field. Swim there. It's okay to enter the dungeon with following rules. Game will be saved before entering. Sure? First time I've seen that before. Oh. He already found some gravel rocks for us. His HP is not as good as Vampy though. So he's not necessarily the strongest, or I guess highest HP pickup user we could get. But I don't think Vampy learned Surf, so I guess that means Linoon wins. Also, that's a full pix, and I am a plant. Razor Leaf. I want to go ahead and enable all of his smart strategies. Check IQ. Efficiency expert. Okay. So it's as smart as Linoon gets for right now. Uh-oh. I think Pokemon are actually going to be pretty strong here. Are you kidding me? He's doing nothing. If he like faints, are we gonna be like stuck here permanently? Can't swim back. We've got the escape orb if we need it. And we already lost a revive seed. Maybe I should have got him up to a higher level first. Yeah, he's not going to do anything. Okay, tactics. Can I have him avoid taking damage? Yeah, keep your distance. Oh, it's a trap. Are his moves even enabled? It looked like he wasn't even trying. Yeah, they're all enabled. Well, this is gonna be interesting. We have to escort our boat driver, basically. This plant is on fire. We might have wanted to level a little bit before coming here. They can't all be overpowered fire types, can they? Also, Typhlosion's just like walking on lava casually. He's angrier than the floor is. Sudden stops and turns just aren't my thing. Wise words to live by, I suppose. They should make like a version of chess, but with like Pokemon. Zigzagoon can only move diagonally. Oh. Well, that's a problem. Oh, but Vulpix wants to join. Yes, we'll have a local show us around. Also, we are now totally out of spare lives. I think maybe we should consider escaping out, because yeah, this is not a very safe place to be. I don't think we're actually ready for this yet. Typhlosion, what did you do? Yeah, no, we're gonna die here. We have no spare lives. I'm escape orbing. They even gave us a free escape orb. "100% we're gonna die there. We need to be stronger before we go there." That's good. We know what our big obstacle is to overcome right now. We didn't lose any items. And I'm pretty sure we keep the Vulpix. Alright. Yes, we do. Awesome. Okay, they're level 32, which means we need our team to be like a good bit above 32. If there's a boss, they're gonna be, what, let's assume like 35? So we should have everyone be like 37 or something like that. We are currently 34. I think the biggest focus should be getting the Linoon actually stronger. Join team. Is there a pickup user? They learn Surf. And let's see if they can actually learn other stuff too. I don't think they learn Waterfall. What other HMs do we have? We gave it Surf. Dig, maybe? Or Dive? Let's see how many of these Linoon can learn. We're gonna create the world's most powerful badger. It isn't Typhlosion. Also, get rid of these plain seeds. Gravel rock, bonus apple. Grand badger strategy. Okay, no one can learn dive. Okay, big Linoon. Maybe. Wait, just want to double check that this is in fact an HM. Oh, I don't think this is an HM. I think this is just a TM. I haven't seen a dungeon that requires it yet, so I'm not actually going to use it. I guess we should go back to our typical strategy. Single apple. We have to enhance the Linoon. Assuming direct control. Okay. Have ourselves stand by. I guess that's like the focus right now, is getting Linoon to be powerful enough that it can take on the world. Can we buy escape orbs? No. Wait, what was that? Sunny orb. That would have come in handy. That one mission. Wave dashing badger. Okay, we're the only badger on our team. We put our money away, we put our items away except for a single apple. We should probably grab an escape orb, just in case we don't find one. And then I guess we keep running Solar Cave, because that was working out really well for us. And then like one more apple. Big apple even. Wait, don't chestnuts also work? Somewhat. Okay, this is the best one actually. I should start taking advantage of the fact that you can actually push the hunger stat over 100 if you eat an apple like early on. So it's like you get more time before you need to eat, and you don't have to have an inventory slot filled up. I don't think it's entirely necessary though. Okay, this will be our loadout for farming items. We got our Linoon. quick save and then let the training commence. Can I reorder the moves? Tackle, headbutt, inflicts damage. May also cause cringe. You get 17 of those. Lowers accuracy. Oh, so this works like dig in this game. Pokemon's attacks and moves will all fail. I wonder why they didn't keep that as like a permanent, like, condition. Like confusion. I don't think they've ever actually had cringe in the main game. So where are we going? Where are we dropping, boys? I guess Solar Cave? I never actually got to the bottom of it. Oh, we just randomly pick up a key the second we enter, too. Nice. Is this just like the best game for Linoon? How much damage does this do? Guess we'll equip Tackle. Oh, that's a lot, actually. Well, maybe we needed to spend a little time in a different dungeon first. I don't think we were quite ready for this. Oh. Is it worth continuing? Can we make it through here alive? I don't even have a... I do have some throwing items. I have the sticks. One damage, really? Yeah, I overestimated Linoon's capabilities. We're not ready for this dungeon yet. I was used to ultimate plant power. We out. Maybe I should just be like spamming Makihita dojos instead. Because we've got the pickup. The fact that we got a key, I feel like that's a fair exchange for the escape orb. Wait, what? Oh, secret power. Okay, we don't need any food if we do Makihita dungeons. We'll pick up quite a few items. Because pick up... maybe... Let's just try the normal maze. Surely we'll be fine here. Also, that means that if we choose the normal maze, sometimes we'll pick up white gummies. Because, normal type dungeon, normal type gummy with pickup, and that means we can enhance the badger even further. Yeah, the opponents are not doing a negligible amount of damage. Might take us a second to grind this badger's skills up to where they need to be. Rename the stream to How to Train Your Badger. Actually, I am gonna just change the title really quick. Post-game, from hopefully unlocking post-game dungeons, because we did do that, to a more accurate post-game badger training. How quickly does that kick in? Oh, it was already kicked in. Perfect. Don't want anyone getting the wrong idea about what to expect. We did unlock like a good 3 or 4 dungeons though. Do I not have like quick attack or something? Come on. Get back here. All the enemies are running. I can't get experience points if you do that. What? And this is why we do it. I keep forgetting like how overpowered our main Pokemon that we use the entire game are versus random Pokemon we just found. I think we get to keep the experience though. Warp Seed. Okay, that could be a good quick escape. I think we only lost a berry. This might take a little bit, but we are going to gain an extremely valuable team member as a result of the training. I think Linen is definitely worth our investment. Should have got him up against a wall so he couldn't, like, run. Back here. Stupid cowardly rats. We need as much experience points as we can cook up. I just kind of keep running forever. Come back here, you. Doesn't work through walls. Also, probably want to keep hunger in mind. You'll have to face this eventually. You can't run forever. Do we have any moves that go around walls? Nope. Yeah, he's just gonna keep going back and forth forever until we just die of starvation. And then we get one shot by the Raticate. We kept the warp seed at least. Hello. I'm currently trying to turn Linoon into the ultimate, ultimate Pokemon that can surface around everywhere and use pickup to give us free items all the time, but they're like way under-leveled. So need to do Badger enhancements so that they're actually useful. Okay, so they're like level 20 now. Yeah, because we're at the point now where there's like a lot of dungeons that you need Surf to be able to even get to the dungeons, so you have to have a Pokemon that uses Surf on your team. It just so happens Zigzagoon and Linoon both learn Surf, so I kind of have to bring them. But at the same time, they get destroyed in one hit because we haven't had them until recently. So, trying to get them up to speed. Also, they're superior to other Pokemon that can learn Surf because they also have Pickup, which gives you a free item randomly on each floor. Like this apple that we just got randomly. So this could potentially be like the best game for Zigzagoon or Linoon, but we just gotta get their levels up. Gotta say, I got you hooked on this game once again. Glad to hear it. Honestly, I feel like this game is like super underrated. It's got like all the fun of like the strategy from like regular Pokemon games, but in a totally different way. So you have to like think of strategy in like a completely different way than you normally would have to. Also, I don't know if we use pickup every floor or if it's just every couple of floors. Okay. I think the Pokemon here are actually too low level for it to be worth our time. You even bought the remake? Yeah, I was seriously considering playing the remake instead of this version of the game, but I figured if I played the original one first, then that would leave the door open that later on I could play the remake and see like what's changed. I know that they did a bunch of quality of life changes, but I think they did like add extra story. At least that's what I've heard. So I didn't want my first experience with beating this game to be the remake. Also, I'm not the biggest fan of the art style in the remake. So I'm just like, I'm gonna play the original first, and then, you know, maybe after I play a couple games in between, I could come back and play the remake. And I would actually know what's changed. And it seems like there's actually pretty big differences between this game and Blue Rescue Team, like the DS version even. Oh. Nidoran acquired. It's probably the best version of the game, the remake, I mean. Just because of quality of life updates, 3D models, for the graphics. I think they combined a lot of the stuff from Blue and Red Rescue Team, so that's my assumption, is that it's probably a better way to play it. This is actually really good that we got this Nidoran, because now I can actually just check the level of Pokemon here. Oh, they're only level 4. Yeah, that's not going to help us too much. Well, this dungeon's only 5 floors, so I'm just going to try and farm out as many items as I can. And then we're going to go to someplace a little bit more challenging. My stream 4 hours so far, and not gonna lie, it holds up pretty well. Kind of expected to be disappointed. I have like mixed feelings about that, where it's like, I'm glad that you're having a good time with it, but I also feel bad that it's like you expect to be disappointed, and it's just like a pleasant surprise when you're not. But that's good to hear though, that things are good so far. Like I said, I was heavily considering playing it later on. Also, I found out, like, the only Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games I have experience with are Blue and Red Rescue Team and, like, the last one for the 3DS, but I didn't get very far in that one either, originally. It turns out, Explorers of Darkness, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Sky are kind of like the same story. So instead of playing Explorers of Time or Darkness, I think what I'm going to do, if I play a different Mystery Dungeon game, I'll probably go for Explorers of Sky directly, since I hear it's like the Emerald to Sky and Darkness's Ruby and Sapphire. That's always the one that people say is not only the high point of the series, but also the one with like the really impactful, like, emotional story. Don't really like going into things with a cynical nature. Yeah, cynical nature. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, I used to be like, whenever I saw like older games with like, you know, the dated graphics and stuff, I'd always be like, oh, it's gonna be hard for me to enjoy this because of the way the game looks. But now when I see like an older game that's got like a, you know, GameCube or earlier graphical fidelity, I'm just like, this is going to be a fun game because this is going to be a game from a time before, like, always online and, like, microtransactions and DLC and stuff like that were a thing. So it's like, I know I'm probably going to have a better time with a retro game than something that came out recently. So it's like I actually prefer games that look more dated now. Because I like associate that with like a better experience. And like the game's gonna actually be fun, even if it doesn't look as great as stuff that came out this year. I mean, look at all the indie studios that keep using like pixelated, like sprite-based art styles. It's like we have games that are specifically like going for that nostalgic feeling, that are like brand new games. Also nice, Linoon did gain a level. I don't know, it's like the more I play video games, the less I care about graphics, and the more I just care about the game being fun to play. And I can definitely say that this game is... I have a lot more fun with this game than I do most things that come out now. And that's not to say that, you know, all games that come out recently are bad. It's just... I feel like... I'm sure part of it's like a survivorship bias too, where like the bad games from like previous years no one talks about anymore, so I never hear about them. But generally, if there's like a well-known indie game or a well-known retro game, I'm much more confident that I'm going to have a better experience with that than something new that's been hyped up. First time with a rescue team game? This is my first time beating a rescue team game. I think whenever I first played this game, originally, I think I got into the woods where you, like, fight Gengar. I didn't get very far in Rescue Team, not DX, the, like, Super Rescue Team? Whatever the last one was. I didn't get too far in that one either. I don't know why. Maybe when I was younger I was just too stupid to do strategy correctly. So I'm considering this, like, well, I guess I'm in the post-game now. But I consider this a first playthrough, not because it's the first time picking up the game, but because it was the first time I played through the game. Also, that's pretty good for one dungeon, item-wise. Yeah, honestly, I've been really happy with how this game's been going. I'm very likely to continue on to like Explorers of Sky, especially since I hear that that's like the best iteration of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It's just gonna be kind of weird trying to figure out how to make DS stuff work for streaming purposes, but I've been doing a little bit of research into that. Okay, so Thunderwave Cave is too easy. Let's try... what? Sinister Woods, probably? I have an apple. I should probably put that little bit of money that we have away. Just in case. When I'm still low enough level that I have been one-shot multiple times this stream. I really appreciate that. I'll probably just figure stuff out on my own, but I appreciate the offer. Making an overlay. Yeah, I need to make, or, like, I'm using stream elements, so I'm thinking about actually trying to put more time into making the stream look a little bit better. Pretty soon. Constantly trying to improve things. What do I have selected for the mission for the woods? Deliver green gummy. We could do that. It's weird because like all the like DS simulators always look like they're in like portrait orientation. I'm like, what? How do I work with that? There's just gonna be like a big space on the side of the screen. I actually put like a proper place for my chat box to go. Okay. We should be equipped for dealing with the woods. Crop out both screens in 2 separate windows. That is a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do it anyway, because there are a lot of DS games that I really want to get into. Also, like the whole touchscreen thing. What, do I just like use my mouse or get like an art tablet? Use that for the input? And then there's stuff like Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass, where you have to like blow into the microphone for like the enemies that look like mice with like the big ears. That you have to like, oh, they don't like loud noises. I guess they expected you to yell into the microphone, but it's just way easier to just blow into the microphone. But like, do I need like a separate microphone for that, or? Sudowoodo wants to join. Sure, you can't have too many fake trees around. What level are they? 7. Yeah, I probably want to go to someplace a little bit more challenging than this, too. I could just take them out. I don't know. I'll figure things out. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Streaming Pokemon Black, use mouse for touch. Yelling into the mic does work for bowling. Yeah, I don't doubt that it's possible to, you know, replicate all of the features of the DS in an emulator. It's just gonna be kind of funny setting all that up. Just have the tiny little DS being like, look at what they have to do to emulate even a fraction of my power. That's another thing too, like especially like all the Game Boy games I've been playing, especially Game Boy Advance, I'm just like, maybe I didn't take it seriously originally because it's just like a small handheld, but I'm like, that was some seriously powerful hardware for the time. Kind of mind-blowing when you realize that there's like twice as good graphics for the Game Boy Advance as there was for the Super Nintendo. Yeah, they actually consider Game Boy Advance to be 32-bit graphics. Of course, Super Nintendo was only 16-bit. You had the console wars at the time, people fighting between, you know, the current Sega console and the Super Nintendo. And then a couple years later, you got the Game Boy Advance come by, doing more than twice what they were doing on 2 AA batteries. If you just go back a couple years, something like the Game Boy Advance would have totally been like a big TV console. I guess it technically could have been if you had that, like, adapter for the GameCube that you play Game Boy games on a big screen. We can continue. Yoink. Centrets. Centrets everywhere. I have not been checking Linoon's pickup. That's the thing with pickup. If you don't remove the item that they're holding, they won't pick up anything else. So if you're using a pickup user on your team, definitely want to make sure that they're not holding anything. Or else it just doesn't work. Yeah, it stood out to me particularly when I was playing Metroid Fusion on stream. Like, comparing Metroid Fusion to Super Metroid. I'm just like, this was a handheld. You could have fooled me. Told me it wasn't. I would have believed you. Yeah, I've heard rumors that, apparently there was a leak. I don't know how legitimate it is. Oh, it immediately goes in the bag? See, that's the kind of stuff that, I'm actually pretty excited for with the remake. All of the, like, little improvements like that. Obviously we've got, like, you know, over a decade's worth of hindsight with, like, the design of this game that they could have used to improve things. I forgot what I was saying. Pick up users. Oh, yeah. Right. Thank you for reminding me. Allegedly, in the same way that they have, like, the Switch Online service, where you can, like, play, like, old NES games and Super Nintendo games and stuff, they're going to add, Game Boy games, like Game Boy Advance and stuff. So you'll be able to, like, play, from, like, a library of, like, Game Boy Advance games that they've curated on the Switch. I don't know if it's true. I don't know when they're gonna come out with that. I feel like there's some pretty obvious games that they could include. Like, probably Super Metroid's, or not Super Metroid, Metroid Fusion's probably gonna be on that list, which is what reminded me of that, since I was talking about that. But yeah, there's a lot of games that are probably gonna get ported over because of that. Knowing Nintendo lately, they'll probably have a Direct at some point, and that'll just be something they throw in out of nowhere. Oh. I didn't mean to rename you. Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. I've heard really good things about that game, and I have not played it yet, and if they put that on the Switch, I will definitely be playing that. I feel like that's one of those systems that has so many games for it. It doesn't even make sense why they wouldn't just give you, like, all of them. I think literally every single Game Boy Advance game, like every version of every Game Boy Advance game, is like 10 gigabytes or something like that. So there's literally no reason for them to just give you, like, all of them. Oh, is this the one we're looking for? I guess that makes sense. It would be a Venonat wanting a green gummy. Yoink. Trade a green gummy for a gold gummy. It's a pretty sweet deal. An additional shroomish. All the past games on the old eShop? Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do that again. Sometimes Nintendo's kind of frustrating with their tendency to be like, we just have to do things different for no other reason than just because. Like, I think everyone was totally happy with the eShop setup before. I hear that's actually one of the strong points for the Wii U. I kind of missed the Wii U generation because I was dealing with college stuff at the time. So I basically missed out on everything from, like, 3DS and, like, Wii U generation. But that's always, like, the strong point I hear is that with the Virtual Console, there was a ton of games that you could play on the Wii U. It wasn't actually a bad system, it was just marketed really poorly. Like, one of the big things I always hear is you could literally play pretty much every single Zelda game between remakes, games that came out for that system, and Virtual Console. Like, if you wanted to play a particular Zelda game, you could probably play it on the Wii U. So I feel like that's just a huge, like, valuable feature for a Nintendo console to have, or any console really. So it's surprising that they're just like, no, we're just gonna give you a library of games that we're gonna randomly curate, and it's gonna be stuff that you've never heard of most of the time. Like weird sports games for the NES, instead of giving us stuff we're actually interested in. Saw a commercial for the Wii U. Oh, I got really confused there. I thought that Linoon was us that was approaching. I don't think I've ever seen a single commercial for the Wii U. Then again, I don't exactly watch a whole lot of TV these days. In the future, there'll be 10,000 channels, but nothing to watch. I'm gonna go to the next floor. Yeah, Nintendo's really in trouble these days, because it's like the Switch was such a massive success. It's like they've set the bar really high for themselves. Like, your average Nintendo console lives for like 7 years, and the Switch has been out for 5. So here in like a year or two, we're probably going to get an announcement for whatever comes after the Switch. And boy, are they... did they set the bar high for themselves. So in all honesty, I'm expecting it to basically be like a better Switch, basically. Like a more powerful Switch. Well, I mean, it came out in 2017, so 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I know, it's hard to believe. I feel like I just got my Switch yesterday, practically. But yeah, I know the GameCube lived for 7 years, and then we got the Wii after that, which, if you look at the internals, was basically just like a buffed up GameCube with like motion controls. I mean, heck, you could literally play GameCube games on the thing. So that's kind of what I expect with like the next console from Nintendo. Is that it's basically going to be a Nintendo Switch, but more powerful. And maybe some new gimmick. If I had to guess. Oh no, we've got it happening again. We had a Shroomish with us, and they decided to go a different direction randomly. And they're about to get attacked. I hope that's something they fixed in the remake of this game. The AI being a lot more A than I. Keep your distance. I guess that's the correct AI option to fix that. Because if you tell them to just wait in place, they're just gonna get attacked. So, you need them to actively run. Yeah, I hope they fix that. I'm just gonna assume that the AI on the Game Boy Advance couldn't be that advanced. Tactics. All you have to do is diagonally go around a corner. And there goes your last team member. Or frustratingly, the Pokemon that you're escorting on an escort mission. And then they get one shot by something random. Another good reason to keep an escape orb on you at all times, so that no matter what, you have the escape button. Some Switch games can look fantastic, seeing a game like Crash on PlayStation. Hope they up the graphics to the next console. True. Oh. Huh. Like, honestly, I don't even feel like it's necessarily the console. I think, like, they keep using, like, this engine. I'm sure it's, like, an in-house engine. I don't know. I feel like maybe they're not taking full advantage of the hardware that's there already. I don't know, I keep thinking, like, remember how good Twilight Princess looked? And that game could run on a GameCube. But then I'm like, yeah, but that's more like texture work and like lighting than it was like actual model detail. Like if you actually look at the geometry for the models, it's like, I don't know. I'm definitely thinking about things with nostalgia goggles on. Maybe they do just need a like straight up a hardware upgrade. I mean, we are getting like better graphical technology at a very fast pace now. I mean, look at all the stuff that they've been doing with ray tracing. That still blows my mind. They can literally have like the actual gameplay, like graphics, have the same graphical fidelity of a cutscene and have the game run smoothly. It's like one of those things that, like, couldn't even be possible like 5 years ago. Just have like a Switch, like a new Switch Pro that does like ray tracing and stuff. They could do it. If anyone could do it, Nintendo could do it. We survived the dungeon. Oh. Orange gummy. We're just spoiled for rewards. I feel like they almost have to, like the next console, just to stay competitive, because I mean, look at their competitors. PlayStation 5 is at least like, what, RTX 2000 something level graphics, at the very least. And then technically the most recent Xbox is slightly more powerful than that. Of course it doesn't have as good of games, unless you just only want Halo. Well, I shouldn't say that. It just doesn't have the exclusives that I feel like make it worthwhile. I guess if that was like your only, like, gaming machine, then the Xbox would be a good choice. But if you already have literally anything else, especially if you have a decent gaming PC, PS5 is probably your best option right now. Unless you specifically want Nintendo exclusives, which I do. I hope they don't go the gimmicky route again. I really hope they learn their lesson from, like, the Wii U. On the other hand, this is Nintendo we're talking about. That is a lot of items for not a lot of investment. I don't know, what would they even do if they went gimmicky again? They already did motion controls. Heck, the Switch still has motion controls. I feel like they're gonna have to go more powerful, or else they're just not gonna be able to compete. Yeah, the Switch makes a lot of sense, because it's like, oh, everything you can do with a DS, and everything you do with a big TV console, but in one system. Which is also really good for them, because that means they only have to maintain one system. Tiny Woods, Mount Steel, Sinister Woods. These reptilians got any extra lives for us? Nope. How about an escape orb? I've been using those quite a bit. Transfer orb. Transforms the target into a different Pokemon. What? Anything can be a Ditto if you just believe hard enough. Alright, we got the apple. I'm gonna go ahead and quick save, and we're going to go to a different dungeon. See if we can't get some more XP. So our badger becomes an expert. Level 22. I need to actually check the whole pickup thing. Solar Cave was a bit too tough for him. Magma Cavern probably don't want to do it on his own. Uproar Forest might be a good choice, actually. Let's try that. I'm just not sure, like what the next gimmick would be for Nintendo. Like, a big part of their business model, clearly, they've transitioned to taking people who don't play video games and turning them into people who do play video games. That was, like, the big thing with the Wii. Was all the, like, Wii Sports and, like, Wii Fitness and stuff. So it would have to be something like... oh. Okay, maybe not Uproar Forest. Did we keep anything? Nope. And this is why we go in with only a single apple, because now we only lose a single apple. Okay, so not Uproar Forest. Yeah, that's their whole business model now, is like, are you someone who doesn't play video games, but we can provide you something that makes you get into video games, or at least puts our hardware in your house, so you're more likely to become someone who plays video games? We have the console for you. Then of course, once you get the console in your house, and you start getting more into video games, then slowly you become a gamer. So Nintendo's basically making a new audience for themselves out of people who previously weren't interested. Which also means they don't have to directly compete with Sony or Microsoft. Okay, Sinister Woods was good, but let's try Silent Chasm. What do you find? Another apple. Pretty lucky. I don't know, I feel like the more people get into video games, the harder it's going to be for them to do that strategy of, like, converting people into people who play video games. Eventually they're going to have to go back to competing with Sony and Microsoft again. And that's going to force them to make a better console, like, power-wise. So I feel like the smart move for them would be to go ahead and get started by producing like a Switch that actually does ray tracing, basically. If they're the only ones left behind, that's not going to be good for their market share. Then again, they can always get away with it more because their games tend to be more graphically stylistic, so... Ever just go the Sega route? Oh man, I hope not. Like the way Sega failed, because they just couldn't keep up when everything went 3D, and then none of their games could translate to 3D well. And then... even though, like, during the whole Super Nintendo, like, console war, they're technically in the lead. Because they failed to make the jump to 3D. They lost in the end. I guess it's possible, like, Nintendo fails to make the jump to, like, you know, a certain minimum people expect graphically. And then everyone just goes with either Sony or Microsoft. It kind of scares me too how they're like buying up studios left and right these days. Like, especially Microsoft. Them buying Activision Blizzard, them buying, what else did they buy? They bought Bethesda a while back. That's so crazy to me that Microsoft technically owns Minecraft, they own Call of Duty, they own World of Warcraft, they own Skyrim. Everything. Basically everything's owned by Microsoft now. They say they're not going to make these things exclusive yet, but I think it's just a matter of time. These Pokemon are doing pretty good damage to us. But we're also doing pretty good damage back. I think we're right about where we need to be for Linoon enhancement. Yeah, because eventually, like, technology can only get so good. I mean, we're already at the point where games are basically, like, more realistic than real life. So, once the novelty of that wears off, and that's just the norm, what do you have? You have, well, intellectual property. Like, who's got the games that people actually want to play? I think that ultimately boils down to, like, the real value of a system. Like, first and foremost is what is actually exclusive to that system that you can't get anywhere else. Like, I'm pretty sure Halo is keeping, you know, Xbox going. Oh, hello. Please don't kill me, Trapinch. Oh, I said not to. Darn it. I should have played that a bit more carefully. Very safe in the IP department? True. Oh, we still come out with exactly 2 apples. That's funny. Wait, are we holding something? Nope. Technically, we're 1 apple ahead, even though we lost. Yeah, Nintendo's, like, as long as they keep making Mario and they keep making Zelda games and they don't put it on other systems, people are always going to buy Nintendo consoles. I feel like the big thing Xbox has going for it is that it's technically in the lead. If you don't want to shell out the money for a gaming PC, and you just want a console for games, have like a dedicated machine for that. Currently Xbox has the most power, even if it doesn't have exclusives beyond, you know, Halo and like Forza and stuff. I also have the game still. I'm surprised that people still kind of play it. Yes. I feel like people are more and more going back to retro games because it's like, even though they don't look as good as current games, they're just more fun. I guess Sinister Woods is probably the sweet spot here. Yeah, this game's amazing. Like, I always felt like that was like the strong point with Pokemon as a series, is strategy. And I love that this game, like, is still very much turn-based and strategic, but in a completely different way. So it's like, it takes the things that are great about regular Pokemon games, but has, like, you know, this huge twist on it, where it's like, you are the Pokemon. Also, maybe this is me giving them too much credit, but I feel like this game's like way ahead of its time because of the whole procedurally generated dungeons thing. What? Procedural generation didn't become popular until, what, like around Minecraft times? Like around, like, you know, 2010, 2011, something like that? And then you got this game back in, like, what, 2005, 2006, doing it way before hardly anyone else. I mean, I'm not going to say it's the first. But it's still way ahead of its time, in my honest opinion. Very competent team behind this game? Yes. Oh, is it Spike Chunsoft? forget what else they made. They made a lot of other games. I think they're definitely still going. I wish that they would make another Mystery Dungeon game. I actually was like doing some research on like the sales numbers for the remake for this game for the Switch. It did sell over 1 million copies. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know like how much Nintendo would need to see before they're just like, hey, people are into Mystery Dungeon again, let's make more. But I feel like that's at least a good start. Nice. Always good to find an apple because we always use those. Also, I need to keep taking those items out of, like, our hold items, because, pick up. Trying to recruit a Pichu. Not that far in the game yet. I don't know if I've even seen a Pichu yet. Maybe. I've seen a lot of Plusles. Just make sure you have the friend area for Pichu. If you don't have the friend areas, you can't recruit the Pokemon. You probably know this already, but in case you don't, there is a recruitment search option here that shows you all your potential recruits. At that point, it's just a game of chance. Danganronpa is Chunsoft's big seller. Yeah, I've heard about that one. I haven't played it yet. I actually have a friend who's a big Mystery Dungeon fan who's also a pretty big fan of Danganronpa as well. I wonder if that has something to do with it. But yeah, like, if you're just starting into this game, a big point of advice I would give is to try and get the friend areas unlocked as fast as possible, because that's always like a big like money investment, and it's good to get it out of the way. And if you don't have like all the friend areas, there's going to be some Pokemon you just can't recruit until you get them. So I always see that as like the first priority when starting into this game. That's actually kind of an issue I'm having right now, is that you get access to like a bunch of new friend areas later on, and I don't really have a way to get the money for them. I really wish I'd picked Meowth at the start. Not that I regret the time I spent with Cyndaquil, but Meowth gets the money. I feel like that's like, if people were like speedrunning the game or they're like taking the game really seriously, they probably always go for Meowth. Because if you don't pick Meowth at the beginning, you're not going to get a chance until like way later on. the personality quiz gave me Bulbasaur, who is now a Venusaur, and I picked Cyndaquil as my starter because I recently played Pokemon Legends Arceus on stream, and I don't know, I just really liked Typhlosion in that game, and I kind of wanted Typhlosion in another game. Also, it's good to have, like, a fire type if you're a grass type, just for type coverage reasons. And I just really like fire types, particularly. And I'm glad I did, because he does a lot of damage. And there are a lot of Pokemon that are weak to fire types in this game. It's weird. I feel like water types are strangely rare in this game, almost. Like, I haven't recruited a single water type yet. And I've technically beat the game already. Like, I'm in post-game stuff and I still haven't got a single water type. One of the reasons why I'm trying to train up this Linoone is because in order to even access some dungeons, you need Surf. And of course, Zigzagoon and Linoone can actually learn Surf for some reason. Yeah, Meowth is probably the smartest choice because of the whole payday thing. Of course, that's not to say that he's the only valid choice, but, oh no. Do I have an escape orb? I do not have an escape orb. If I use an Oranberry, will I survive? I need to be very careful here. Oh, they're grass type. They're both grass types. I can't use water. Maybe if I one-shot the Shroomish. And then I take one hit from the Sunflora. Okay. I think that was the one way I got out of that situation alive. Immediately pick up 2 apples. Yeah, I'm currently trying to train my Linoone into, like, the ultimate, HM/pickup partner for future dungeons. Because without Surf, we're not actually able to get to a bunch of post-game dungeons. Okay. 31 out of 42. I'm gonna use the Blast Seed if he gets close. Let him come to me. We just need to do a lot of damage and not take too many risks. Oh, nice. We got a white gummy too. So I can make the badger more smart. The smartest badger. Where are these stairs? Ah, here we are. I forgot how deep this dungeon goes. Oh? Intelligence? Okay, that's a special thing with this game. Normally, you know, intelligence is just like a stat that controls like magic or whatever in like most RPGs, but in this game, your Pokemon actually have a bunch of like passive like abilities, or like I guess enhancements to their AI, like the game's AI. Some of them are, you know, basic things like status checker here. Like, oh, if the target has a status problem, the Pokemon will not use moves that cause the same problem. So, like, you have a move like Will-O-Wisp that causes a burn. It's not going to use Will-O-Wisp on a target that's already burned. Now this is just when the computer's controlling, a Pokemon. Because you control the party leader, but you don't control the other Pokemon on your team. So basically, you use these to control how they're going to behave. But eventually you get some things that are just straight up improvements, like they recover from confusion faster, or they're more likely to just do crits. And you just get those as like a permanent buff if they get smart enough. Like, some of them are just really good. Like, there's no reason why you wouldn't take them. So, if you intend on using a Pokemon a lot, always a really good idea to get their intelligence up as much as possible. And the best way to do that is to use the gummies that are like the same type as them when they're in a friend area. Also, another reason why I want Linoone to be powerful... please don't kill me. I'm gonna use an Oranberry. I'm gonna play safe. Are you able to swap who's control on the fly? I don't believe so. I think you do specifically have to go to the friend areas in this game. Always got me stunned. Please don't kill me. Yeah, the best way, like at least one of the best ways to farm gummies in this game, the Makihita dojos. If you have a pickup user like Linoone, or Zigzagoon, or Phampi, Teddiursa, I don't know any others, and you have them use pickup in like the Makihita dungeons, the gummies you get are going to be the same type as the maze that you're in. So if you're in like the fire maze, all the gummies you pick up are going to be the red gummies, for instance. So you could do that to farm a lot of those. Oh. We have befriended the Scyther. Giant mantis. I knew you cared. They get one hit. And then we fly to the next floor. That's another change added in the remake? Good. Any of the 3 Pokemon brought into the dungeon at any time? That's a good change. Yep. How come I went in alone in the dungeon? Because... that's a good question. On one hand, it's just like, I specifically want to train up the Linoone. But it's like, if I come in here alone, I'm more likely to pick up more Pokemon, more friend Pokemon, like the Scyther here. I guess it would be smarter to bring like one extra Pokemon with us. Now the reason I only went in with a single apple is because that way if I died and I went into some place that was way too powerful, which I still haven't quite established what Linoone can and can't handle. The worst case scenario, I lose a single apple. Best case scenario, I finish the dungeon and I come out with a full inventory of stuff. So, kind of a way to min-max what kind of items we're going to pick up. I guess I should be bringing like a second Pokemon with me though. Just for those in a pinch type scenarios. Preferably one with a good ability. It's just, if I brought another one with me, I'm like, if they're weaker than me, then they're going to be a liability. If they're stronger than me, they're going to end up taking all the XP. So they'd pretty much have to be like the same level. I guess I could be training up a whole team of pickup users at the same time. Have like a whole Zigzagoon platoon. And technically Phampi is superior if you just want to pick up user, because they've got like twice as much HP. But I specifically wanted Zigzagoon, which is Linoon now, because they learn Surf. So that we can use them both as a pickup user and as a way to get into the dungeons that need Surf. I am going to need to get a water type that can actually use Dive, though, because there's some dungeons that you need that instead to actually get into. Actually, I probably have a Pokemon that can use Fly as well. Because that's also one that we need to be able to get places. I don't know. It's kind of strange. I've been like seeing like more Pokemon Mystery Dungeon videos on YouTube too. Just randomly recommended to me. It's like, is this game coming back? That'd be great if it did. It seems like... What, there was a game that came out after Explorers of Sky that wasn't as well received. And then there was, like, the last one, which people thought was okay. And people saw that as kind of like a send-off for the series. Mudsport. What does that do in this game? Changes the floor's status to Mudsport, which halves the power of electric-type moves. Oh, okay. Kind of really situational. It's a really good game. I really think this is one of those games that deserves more attention. There's a lot of rooms that we've been to, and none of them have stairs. Like I said, strategy's always been Pokemon's strong suit. And I just think this is a really fun twist on, like, what makes Pokemon great. Confusion, really? I think this is actually the better way to go. It's pretty much that one, like, empty space directly north of us is the only place left that could have the stairs. Oh, nice, we got a Hoot Hoot. I think that's our first Hoot Hoot. That's what I like about the strategy that I've been doing. Like, go into the dungeon. Oh. Never mind. Forget everything I was about to say. But great thing about the strategy, though, if you win, you come out with a full party and a full inventory. If you lose, like, the game lets you keep at least some of your items. So worst case scenario, you lose an apple. But even though we lost, we actually come out with 5 items instead of the one we went in with. So it's still actually technically a win. Just not as much of a win as I really would have wanted. Yeah, but I go broke. Yeah, but I went in with 0 money. So it's still... I didn't lose anything. I just didn't gain as much as I could have. That is kind of unfortunate, though. I think maybe it'd be better to bring an escape orb, but I'm like, escape orbs are kind of expensive. And I usually make it all the way through. How are we actually doing? 23. Okay, I'm gonna try actually... Okay, first off, store the apple. I'm just wondering at what level we can start using the Makihita Dojo's mazes instead. We just need to be strong enough, like just over leveled enough that we can take the whole thing by ourselves. I'm gonna see if 23 is enough. Also, just in case I die, I'm actually gonna go ahead and eat that. IQing up significantly. Because you actually do keep experience gains and like IQ gains from gummies, even if you die. So that's just locked in now. But yeah, since Linoon has pickup, and this is the normal type dungeon, all of the gummies we're gonna find are specifically good for normal type Pokemon if you survive long enough to, you know. Okay, we can't do that by ourselves yet. Just had to check. And that's why I ate the gummy as soon as I got it, because we still keep the IQ increase. I just wanted to test really quick to see if we could take that by ourselves yet. Alright, do these reptilians have any extra lives for us yet? No. That's another thing. If you go into the Makihita Dojos, it actually rotates the inventory for the Kecleons and all the job postings in front of the post office. So if you wanted to change those, you could just run a dungeon really quick. Yeah, that was planned. I was just giving a demonstration. That's probably the most efficient thing to do, would be to specifically take jobs for one mystery dungeon, keep using the Makihita Dojos so that you only have missions for one dungeon, and then just do like 8 at once. For like maximum efficiency. But yeah, like I said, I should probably get a second Pokemon with us. What about that new Vulpix? Level 32. Maybe. Typhlosion's 37. Yeah, I'm used to playing as a Pokemon that's twice our current level, so I'm kind of making a few bold moves. So we're like 20-something. Ideally, we get something that's a little bit higher than that. How about Tropius? That's probably a good compliment. How is their stats? HP 105. So the banana dinosaur is tanky. I guess we'll run another dungeon to try and get Linen up. That's kind of the big goal right now. Make Linen actually a productive member of the team. This time I'm gonna bring a Reviver Seed. Have an extra life. Just in case. It's a little bit more of an investment. It's a lot more of an investment. But it pretty much guarantees that we make it through in one piece. And then take like one apple. And of course we have the escape orb if we need to leave. But I want to leave as much of my inventory open as possible for items. And we have Tropius backing us up. They're not very smart though. Chlorophyll. Boost attack if weather's sunny. Alright, quick save and back into the dungeons we go. Options. I wonder if Mount Steel's any good, actually. That's a little bit easier than Sinister Woods and isn't as deep, but I don't know if the item drop rate is a bit better, maybe. Oh. Linen found an oranberry. Yoink. Ideally, too, we would go into a dungeon that has like a really high drop rate for revive seeds, because we need a lot of those. It's like best item in the game. It's like a fairy in a Zelda game. Absolutely critical. Yeah, we really did just kind of not get lucky in that last dungeon. It's like the one thing you can't really plan around is getting one shot out of nowhere in a dungeon that's otherwise on the same level as you. Can't use strategy if you're already dead. And then we got us some gravel rocks. This is definitely an easier dungeon. So not as good for experience, but better for item farming. Tropius, what are you doing? Get out of there. Wait. Tropius can learn fly, can't he? What type are you? Yeah, grass flying. That'd be so funny if that ends up being our fly user. Just go riding around on a giant banana plant. I know. It's so hard to believe for me. Like, Pokemon Legends Arceus, literally Stantler got an evolution. Not only that, but they're like Weirdeer was like a big focus for Pokemon Legends Arceus. But then you got Tropius, and it's like they forgot Tropius exists. Like in my mind, before Pokemon Legends Arceus, I put Stantler in the same category as like Delibird. Just like one of those weird Pokemon from like generations ago. Like no one remembers. That's something that's really crazy to me to think about. That reminds me. With Gen 9 coming out, we're probably gonna reach pretty close to 1,000 Pokemon. If it's not Gen 9, it'll be Gen 10 for sure. But it probably will be Gen 9. That's so crazy to think about for me. Because I've basically grown up with Pokemon. I still, like, remember having, like, a poster on my wall as a kid. Having, like, all 150 Pokemon on it. And then being like, ha, they didn't put Mew on here yet. And now we're like 800 and something Pokemon in. Also, did I forget to check? Yeah. It's actually really good finding this Zigzagoon since, I mean, he doesn't have a very high level, but he also has pickup, so he can just, well, use pickup. Stantler and Giraffrig also seem to be in the same category. True. Oh. Bonus Zigzagoon. We are forming the Zigzagoon platoon. Wait. Did I just say no by accident? I'm so stupid. Eventually we'll get another one. I thought it was asking about... I was distracted. And it was just like, oh, it's asking me if I want to give it a nickname. I'm just like, no. I'm not going to give a nickname to this random stranger I just met. Like, can you imagine if people did that? You just, like, meet someone for the first time. You're like a job interview or something. You meet them for the first time and you're just like, I'm gonna call you Carl. My name's Dave. Not anymore. I mean, it makes sense in, like, you know, regular Pokemon where it's just like, oh, they're like your super-powered pets that you keep finding, basically. But if like, they're literally the same intelligence level as you and you've been talking to them this whole time, you can just rename strangers. So I always choose no on that whenever I get the option. But I guess I was a little bit too too early on that decision. I'm sure we'll find like a million other Zigzagoons though. True. It's like the dark side of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It's like we're forming a gang. That's why like all the Pokemon are hostile whenever you go into the Mystery Dungeons, because it's like you're going into like a turf war. I have so many questions about the worlds that they built here for us. One of the reasons I would love to see them make another Mystery Dungeon game, I feel like there's so much material to work with here, like world building wise. Like few things get me excited about like a story or like a game or something in general. Like really good world building. Get to the point where you could like imagine, you know, what would day-to-day life be like as a Pokemon in a Mystery Dungeon game. I know, that's something that's like really been on my mind. It's like, technically, the Pokemon in this game know that humans exist. They mention humans existing. We have artifacts of humans existing in the form of like the power plant and stuff like that. So we know that even just like the normal Pokemon in this game are aware of humans. So either all the humans are gone for some reason, or they're just around and we don't happen to see them by luck, or we're just too far away from them. But technically, yeah. What's stopping some random person from jumping out and being like, you know, I'm a Pokemon trainer and I'm gonna catch you, and they throw a Pokeball at you. If Nintendo really wanted to make a bold move, they could make a Mystery Dungeon game like that, where that's like a plot point, that you become like a trainer's Pokemon. Then you have to like escape somehow. Actually, come to think of it, like, wouldn't that happen all the time? Like, especially if you caught like a psychic type or something, wouldn't they just like use their psychic type nonsense to trick you into releasing them? Oh, we got 2 bonus escape orbs. We're doing really well. Like, you catch an Abra. The Abra decides, yeah, no, this ain't working out for me. And just like, do some like Pokemon Jedi mind tricks. You will release me into the wilderness. And then they're just like, I will release you into the wilderness. I'm gonna assume that we're good for this floor. True. Even though literally the anime disagrees with that. Like, remember the first episodes of the anime where, like, you know, Ash is basically dragging the Pikachu the whole time? Because the Pikachu just wants none of it. like shocks you and everything. Or shocks Ash. Zigzagoon level 13. Sand attack. Yeah, get rid of Tail Whip. I feel like that would be such an interesting, like, dynamic for, like, a story. Like, how do humans and Pokemon get along from a Pokemon's perspective? I guess things could go in, like, really weird directions, and maybe they want to avoid it. I mean, technically, I guess we sort of kind of get a glimpse in this game. What with the whole Gardevoir saying their owner was, like, not a good person. I have my theory about that. But we know not only the player character was a human that became a Pokemon, but there's at least one other former human who's now a Pokemon, or at least was at some point. So this happens not just... This happens more than once. It's so weird to think about. I mean, I guess that does, like, open up a whole philosophical can of worms there. Because it's like, technically, Pokemon have, like, human-level intelligence. We know this because Meowth is capable of learning how to speak. And it's just a normal Meowth. Nothing special about it, no superpowers. It just wanted to learn English, or I guess Japanese. And it did. But then, I guess Pokemon Legends Arceus is canon too. So that means at some point in the past, Pokemon and people didn't get along with each other. That would be really funny. What if they had, like, a crossover? Like, have a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game that takes place in the Hisui region? And then you're the one who's, like, attacking, like, villages of humans. Get to play as, like, an alpha Pokemon. I assume it's just like cats in real life, where people didn't domesticate cats. Cats domesticated people. Meowth's actually in charge of Team Rocket. He just lets you think otherwise. Okay, how is our Linoon doing? True. Do you think that's a coincidence? I mean, how do you think they financed that balloon? Payday. So, if Meowth's paying, of course it's gonna look like him. The dots all connect if you look at them the wrong way. Alright, well, Linoon's 23. That's such a weird concept to me. They've given up on trying to turn back into Snubble. That must be so weird if you're like a Pokemon and you accidentally evolve. You're just like, no, I didn't mean to. Can't ever go back. I just imagine like every Eevee goes through an existential crisis at some point where they realize they could become like 8 different things, but they can only choose one. And the choice is permanent. Choose carefully. I guess we could run Tiny Woods really quick. Getting pretty close to 4 hours. Like college? I'm scared. What's like college? I hear the word college, and the first word that comes to my mind is fear. Oh, yeah, Eevee's evolutions. I get what you're saying. Took me a second. If we could evolve, I wonder if we would be shunned upon if we chose not to. True. I feel like that's already like a thing internally, like within Pokemon society. It's like people assume that if you're like not a final evolution, you're like a kid or something in the Pokemon world. Even if you're like, what, level 100 Totodile? It's like, I've got way more experience than you could even imagine. I just chose not to be for Alligator. Just as a matter of personal preference. Mailbox is full. I probably should do something about that. I forgot to take the quest. Good thing that it is the Tiny Woods, because I can just rush through this. Always kind of refreshing to run through the Tiny Woods and just be like, I am the most powerful thing anywhere near here. In the Hoenn anime series, there was an episode where an old Trico was leading a tribe of Tricos. True. He's the big Trico, he gets to make all the rolls. I wonder how the rest of the anime series was. The only time I ever really watched the anime series was like the very first generation. Yeah, my plan was not to bully the level 3s. My plan was to run that one dungeon really quick. Great thing about the tiny woods, we still have time. Oh, and we happened to get the oranberry that we needed from that run. Funny how that works out. Yeah, this will probably be the last thing I do today. I really need to get, like, put a screen together for, you know, when the stream's over. I need to put together an intermission thing, and I need to put together a stream over thing. Instead of just, like, abruptly shutting off OBS. We're slowly getting better here. I'm glad you appreciate it. Yeah, we did a lot of stuff today. We unlocked a bunch of new dungeons. We just gotta do a little bit of training to get ready for them. What am I trying to do? Oh, I was gonna check the objectives. Oh, it's literally just find an oranberry, no floor given. Honk. Speedrun. What is Linen's title again? The rushing Pokemon. Wait. Oh, if you're running and you step on money, then you don't actually pick it up. There's another quick little tip there. If you go too fast, you miss stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty happy. I managed to figure out how to get to that solar cave. Because I was like, oh no. I needed to talk to Medicham, and Medicham's vanished. Have I somehow, like soft-locked myself or something? But yeah, no, we did get like a good 3 or 4 more dungeons unlocked. And with a little bit of time, this Linoon is going to be a great addition to our team, especially for his surfing abilities, so we can effectively use him as a boat. But that aside, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. I will be back Friday. We will be continuing post-game stuff. Hope to see you then. Appreciate y'all for watching. Have a good one.